I need to drink more refreshing liquids first. Sometimes it makes my face freak out if I'm not using my straw. Where's my video game stream? Or tab. There we go. Oh, weird noises in my throat. Oh boy. I'm very anxious. Normally I'm just anxious because I'm like, oh no, I have to stream. How do I do that? Today I'm anxious because it is my last day of being a NEET for now. Hopefully not just for now, but I'm not prepared at all. I am so not prepared. So I would really love to wrap up this case today. And I was looking at where I stopped, and so we have a little bit more investigation, and then it looks like there's going to be 2 parts to the trial. So I don't know if I can do that because I do have some other stuff I wanted to do today. So I can't stream for like 12 hours. But we'll see how far we get and see if it feels okay to stop. Ugh. I was thinking about, I have to try out, make sure, wash all my nice clothes, just because also some of them are a little bit wrinkly anyways. I do technically have an iron, but I don't trust my iron anymore. Because I think something weird got on it, and I'm worried it could stain things. I don't know, I've cleaned it and it's probably fine, but... Also, like, sometimes just, like, washing and re-drying kind of fluffs them up and makes them nicer. But I don't really like a lot of the pants I have. That's where I tend to just wear leggings at home. Like, I'm very picky. You know, I don't want them to feel too loose when I'm standing. But then, like, when you're sitting, you're always gonna have a little bit of extra belly. So it might feel loose when you're standing, but then feel too tight when you're sitting. And I'm like, ah. So I never know what to do. Maybe I'll just look around a little bit. I should try on the pants I have nowadays. Safe is unbelievable. I bet 4 pearls would fit in there. Got a bunch of doohickeys attached to it. Pretty amazing, all right. Motion sensors, heat sensors, weight sensors. Hey Nick, come on, let's open it up and take a look. I broke into one of these. Wouldn't that set me down the path of Hoodlumville? Maya loves to snoop. Wow, look at that. Huge frame photo. Oh, excuse me. I was just shoveling a bunch of spaghetti in my face. Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky. There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? This is the best sunrise? Either this guy didn't get out enough, or he had really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. This whole thing looks like it's like in a giant safe, not an office. A button here. Let's see. Hey, cut it out. Don't press that. That was pretty funny. Never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is that button anyways? Turn it off! It's an emergency buzzer. It says right there on the panel. Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? Hey. This alarm is connected to the basement guard room. Its use to summon security up here. Really? It's possible on the night of the crime. So when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that. So I asked around down there. But they said the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way. Just so you know. Oh, alright, let's talk to the guard about the buzzer. But we're assuming if it was blackmail, that he would have known somebody would be coming, and maybe didn't think he was being attacked? These look like some kind of bookshelf, rolling cabinet hybrid. Can't get in between these two shelves. I've seen people who have these for like very skinny kinds of bookshelves in their personal home, like this, where they either like pull them out of something or like roll them, just for like their little manga collections and stuff. It seems kind of interesting, but I don't know. I love just having being able to see the spines of my books where I am. And I do put like some decorative stuff on my bookshelves too now that I've cleared out a bit of room. Oh, yummy. Yummy, delicious liquid. Oh my gosh. Don't strain yourself trying. Looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. Guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with a bunch of files. Files with data about security jobs they were hired to handle. It'd be a good night's reading if you've got insomnia. I was hoping for something with a little more exciting, like UFOs or something. Big old binder. Thick binder. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work. Just a little hard on the eyes. Oh, excuse me. Oh. That spaghetti's not even like all the way in my stomach yet. Oh, what did you find out, Nick? This file. Not about any sort of security operations or anything. It's about Mask the Mask, filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? Filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scene. Hey Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tears of Emanon, 100,000. Looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask stole. Hello, welcome. So 100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know. That number sounds kind of low to me. I think it'd be better to secretly make a copy of this list. What's this guy's name again? Huh? Where is he? Oh, I don't have a profile for the dead guy. Okay. Kane something. Okay. Keeping all of the old evidence. I will not have streams until next weekend, probably. Maybe Friday, but probably not. This rope. I think it fell out of the safe when it was opened. Oh, I couldn't tell if this was like the outline of a body, but I guess that makes sense, because like the body surely wasn't half in the safe. Don't think so. So you mean... Oh, it is where the body was. You mean the victim was killed by being crushed by the safe door? She can't be serious, can she? Well, the safe was then open, so it's closed now, though? Why did they close it? Surely it was important that it was open. This must be the CEO's desk. A lot simpler than I would have thought. Looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out just for a second. Ooh, nice. Feel just like a CEO. Nah, that's not a very ergonomic chair. I had to get I have a nice ergonomic chair now. I just had to get like a little seat cushion cover because I've spilled my chair. I don't remember when I got it. It's like a year old, but it still feels fairly new. But I spilled a bunch of stuff on it already. And in the process of trying to clean it up, I don't know how to put it. It's like I cleaned the stuff up, but now there's like a weird stain from the cleaning area. So it looks kind of gross. So I put the cover on it now. That way, in theory, if I spill more stuff, it can't get worse. Hey you, whip me up a cup of some really expensive important tea and some scones. Move it. Ah, this is the life. The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know. So what? It's not like he was killed in the chair. Alright, I think that's all the stuff. All the examined stuff. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Alright, thing is, not really supposed to. Come on. What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now. We need help. Okay. I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal? Alright. I won't cry on you, pal. Oh, victim's name. Kane Bullard. CEO of KB Security and pretty big fella in his own right. Is that a big, like, mole on his nose? His corpse was discovered at 9 o'clock this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 o'clock in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma on the head. Probably an object in this room. Happened at exactly the same time that Mask Damask was stealing the urn. So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside the safe. Oh, that's a pretty interesting way to like hide a body. Put it in a safe like that. Nobody had heard from him, and when they opened the safe this morning, out he came. So it fell out of the safe. Okay. Well, that white string is not very helpful to me then. It doesn't really tell us about how he was murdered. I think we still need some info about Mr. Bullard? Yeah. She's gonna make me forget what his actual name is. So, what happened to Mask Damask? He's at the detention center, screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling. Wait, which guy? No, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective at me? Ho ho ho. That was great. That guy got what he deserved. Ho ho. He just hates him. He doesn't think he did it. That's the detective I know and love. Think about it. Atme was always around when a calling card showed up. I don't know. I'm still feeling like, what if it wasn't him, though? Because, like, he's such a braggart that he would totally take credit for the crimes, even if he wasn't the guy who did it, just because he wants the attention. It's a little bit early. I thought about streaming earlier, but I decided to fit in one more little nap. It's still like 11 a.m., so it's not that early. Besides, I might need to stream. I don't know what time I'm gonna start streaming on the weekends. I'll have to figure out what my schedule's gonna be and what feels good. He always mysteriously disappeared, but he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. I actually was up very early yesterday, but I had, like, stuff I had to do in the morning. Because, like, some businesses are only open until certain hours on Saturday, so I had a lot of things I wanted to do, like, before noon or 1. That's the lamest thing I ever heard. That's how you just know he was the thief. That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about. Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective. That's all. But there's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first heist? Yeah, the Tear of Emanon case? There was a witness on that one. A witness. Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. The guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? Pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it. Newspaper clipping added to the court record. Prosecutor Godot. Ooh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. I feel the opposite, Maya. I really like Godot. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Yeah, I think he did it that way just because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So, who is the Java-addicted masked maniac anyway? Prosecutor Godot? He's quite the enigma, huh? She show in streaming? I don't know about that. I would never stream. Never stream a day in my life. Funny thing is, for a long time I was like, ugh, my name is a sham now while I'm unemployed. I guess it'll technically no longer be a sham. Kind of. Never even heard of that guy before. Oh, his little eyebrow wiggle? I don't know about everybody else, but I can only raise one of my eyebrows. I can only raise my left one. Although my eyebrow tracking is not good enough that you can tell. Can't really do the right one. Just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere. Yeah, said it was his first case as a prosecutor. True. According to the records anyways, but... No way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court. A maverick that gives me goosebumps. I wonder why he's like... Why they made him like... obsessed with coffee. Goosebumps? You? He's an amateur, but also Edgeworth was like... vouched for the guy and was like, yep, he's a pro. So Edgeworth has to know something about him. Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular. You think he's a Redditor? Oh no. I don't think so. He's too cool looking to be a Redditor. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. Oh yeah, he did say that. I get the feeling he's hiding a dark secret. Yeah. The guy in the back is supposed to be somebody we know, I guess, but it's unclear who it is. Let's see, anything else that he's got to say about it? I was so sure I was going to get him, so I was careless and lost the info on the witness. By witness, you mean the guard who's in this photo? Yeah, he and the detective worked together to try catching Mask to Mask. It's not gonna be Larry, is it? Better not be Larry. He got away anyway, huh? That guard. I got a weird feeling that I've seen him around lately. Cerebral hemorrhaging. Blunt trauma to the head. What a way to go. Detective Gumshoe, about this right here. Yeah. Okay. He's got nothing. Okay. You already kind of talked to us about this, but let's just double check. Alright, he doesn't have anything else to say about it. I don't know if we want to present him with the binder, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Yeah, because even if we don't want to show him, one of them will just interrupt and be like, hey, shut up. They copy that data without permission. Don't show it to him. He might get mad at us. What are you two whispering about? It's nothing. Just my billfold. Pretty thick billfold you got there, pal. Now, I really want you to show it to me. More about this guy. Kane Bullard. Oh yeah, victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. His body wasn't discovered until this morning. We don't have enough info yet. Okay. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now. Only now? Now's our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask. There it is. This guy makes me... I feel like he would look like a judge to me, not like a businessman. Can you tell us more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it? The company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh, and I don't really know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber, aren't they all? Really? Me too. I just love money. Can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. The only thing she spends money on is food, really. Anyway, looks like some of the pretty shifty stuff. Huh? Looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Hey man, that's how they all get their money. So that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Unironically, probably yes. Let me go already. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Ooh, that's bad. That's pretty dirty and underhanded. That's the kind of stuff that people get killed for. Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask the Mask. What? Really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Trying to think like how it has to deal with this case, because I'm like, what if Mask the Mask was then giving, because like if he just wanted to make a name for himself, what if he was like selling the stuff to this guy? Or maybe this guy just had like, just was taking note of like the price to figure out like how much they were losing? Or like failing to secure? These get more and more expensive each time. From 100k to 500k. That's quite a lot of money. Alright, well we talked to him 4 times, so I think we're okay to move. Oh boy, what kind of character is going to be in here? Wow. This is really something else. For security guard office, it doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Uh-oh. Just remembered Larry. Hey, Nick, what's up? That's what I thought. Ugh, he is here. How's it hanging, dude? You got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Hi, Larry. Here, I was working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good. That's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? You know, he's stupid, but I actually did kind of miss him. I don't feel like we saw as much of Larry in the last game. Also, I don't really have to think too hard about doing voices. Well, if it's about murder case, boy, have I got some info for you. I don't really remember him being quite as flirty with Maya before. Maybe he senses that she's over 18 now. He's got that sense. I need more water. It's crazy to me that he actually gets any dates with like actual models and stuff. Even if they all end, like it's kind of crazy that he does. So like he must be doing something right. I think he's just got that pathetic guy Riz, you know, he's just so desperate that women give him the chance. Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. But Nick here's a different story. Like, I don't think I would ever like actually date a guy like Larry. But I feel like it'd be interesting to hang out with him once. Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. Yeah, he's also Nick's #1 betrayer. That was then, and this is now. Like, what a weird guy. Honestly, actually, you know what? He feels more like the kind of person I would end up being coworkers with. You know, somebody that's really interesting to talk to, like, at work, but that you're like, I don't really want to talk to you outside of work. What's this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give away info for free. You want a bribe? I thought professionals were more honest. Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, just tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kitten has some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Extra burpy and I feel like a little congested today. Ugh. First game character to call someone kitten? I don't remember. I feel like in the previous games, maybe. Do you think Larry has a Discord kitten? Like, if these games were made today, would Larry be a Discord mod? Hey, baby, I'll buy you Discord Nitro. So the thing is, Ron Delight was an employee here. Naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yep, good job, Larry. You're a pro. I follow. Well, 1 year ago, Ron Delight was fired. There was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. You know, I've seen some pretty shitty firings. Some where it's like, ooh. I feel like it was more of the boss's vendetta than anything else. Guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe he's skipping out on work to go pick up hot chicks or something. Hold on, I'm actually gonna try and blow my nose here. Give me a second, let me mute. Okay. Not super snotty, but just a little bit. Probably will need to blow my nose again later. No, that's just you. So tell us why he was fired. What's it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. Get by all right, I guess. Nighttime security seems like it'd be so easy. Seems like it's awesome. First, I have to keep my eye on those monitors all the time. Monitors. There are security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. Teams? Security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either. So if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. In other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? What? Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. This is me. This is how I feel. And I'm dumb. Even if it's a part-time, and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security. Plus, he found the wallet, didn't he? Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. That's not fair, Nick. It's actually crazy that he's like the head of security. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, point is, you were here that night, right? A hole. Although he definitely wouldn't have cameras inside the boss's office, I think. I don't know, would he? Uh-oh. Knew it smelled bad, but it was the butts after all. Like I always say, that was then and this is now, okay? Psyche locks. Alright. Let's see what the psyche locks are about. We may or may not have stuff to present. Just like Disco Elysium? In what way? I don't remember Disco Elysium having psyche locks. It just has rolls, yeah? God, I love Disco Elysium. What a good game. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? Didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Miss Delight? But that was that, and this is this. Any chance that you snuck out of work last night, too? Never. I didn't sneak out. I tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow, that's confidence. What's with this drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? You have evidence that I left my position? Or are you just pulling my chain? Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened. I don't recall if he said he found at around 1 a.m. Okay, he did find it close to the time. So he must have been patrolling, not in his office. This wallet. You know about this, right? Never seen it before. Liar. You hand-delivered this wallet to Miss Delight just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when this wallet was found? It was around 1 o'clock in the morning. First floor of our company building. Imagine, though, being security guard before smartphones were a thing. That would suck. Alright, in other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security office. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, but you know, if I was them, I feel like you probably could have brought like a little portable TV in. A really crappy one. But probably just use like, yeah, like a PSP or like a Vita. Or like his Nintendo DS. You know, not even the Switch. Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I have the feeling he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Oh, sorry. Hold on, let me try and blow my nose one more time. Ugh, nothing. But I can feel the congestion in my throat or in my voice. We know beyond the shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your work shift. It would have to be this, yeah. This is into the office. When you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone, you know? Keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me. Sounds a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way. Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime. Right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. No. Alright, that was an easy one. Alright, it's all my fault. It's my fault the boss was killed. My fault. Larry. There was nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Donna? Uh-oh. My Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he was standing right there, next to her. But who was? Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Ooh. Getting broken up with and getting introduced to your replacement. Ouch. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Oh well, you know what? She probably wasn't even his girlfriend. Normally, I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? What? So this is why you left the security guard office. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. He probably got his ass beat for flirting with some other guy's girl. That's what happened. What can I do? What? Or maybe she broke up with him and then was like, all right, you gotta stop calling me man. He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick. Is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to make it up for it. I swear I will. Hey Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? Okay. Evidence. Yesterday, I was also rereading a manga that I like. I made it through like at least 25 volumes of it. I still need to get a couple more before I reach the end again. It's a manga that I really like, but it definitely it's kind of dated in some ways. It's called Yamato Nareshiko Shichihenge. The official English license version is called The Wallflower. But some of the like scanlators also call it like Perfect Girl Evolution. I feel like a better name to it though would be like, if I was going to like make a license name that wasn't literal, it'd probably be like, To Become a Lady. It's really more of like, it's more of a gag romance. I don't know how to explain it. It's definitely very dated in some ways. Like a lot of the chapters center on like, so basically a very weird and gothic ugly girl, Tsunako, lives in her aunt's mansion with 4 handsome guys. They're all in like high school or something. And most of the chapters focus on the guys just getting harassed endlessly by mobs of women. So there's some ways where I'm like, ooh, I wonder if this would really fly today. Or even getting like kidnapped. And the other chapters also tend to involve like just Tsunako getting to weird antics. But one of the guys, his whole thing is that he's like a big playboy. Like he's like 15, but he also like dates girls his age, multiple girls his age at once, and he also dates like married women. And he's like the worst one because later on they're like, oh, he gets engaged, and it's like an engagement that's set up by his parents, but like the person he's engaged to is like so nice and is like, I I know he's an awful guy, but I'll just wait for him to come around and maybe he will eventually. And like it is kind of like a slow burn for them. I mean, those two are side characters, but still, like, it's like he's the worst one. Like, I hate that kind of character so much. Like, all the other guys have like one girl that they're focused on the entire time. Like Yuki has like a girl who's like off screen for like 90% of the story because she's studying abroad, but he doesn't like date other women or flirt with other women. And then there's Takinaga, he has like an ongoing romance with Noi that's just like, it's just the two of them. They have a lot of like misunderstandings, but they don't really have any interest in anybody else. And then the main characters, or the main romance that's very slow, is Sunako and Kyohei, and they're very stupid and I love them. But ugh. Zuru ni sansei shimasen? What's that? Is that the title of something? But yeah, Larry was just making me think of that guy who just cannot stop. You know, it's like, it's supposed to be a playboy, but it's like, it just comes across as cheating. Oh, you're just speaking Japanese just because? Okay. I don't know. I don't know either Playboy or Carti. I'm not very up to date with music. But yeah, that kind of character is like, I feel like it's very popular to have like a Playboy type character in like shoujo manga. Oh, excuse me. Or like even like dating games, but the older I get, the more it pisses me off. You know what? Actually, where's my straw? I'm gonna go get my straw. Give me a second. Sorry. Like, I don't think Larry's quite like a playboy as much as I think Larry is just genuinely very stupid. Like, I can never tell when he talks about women if he's actually dating them or if he's just imagining it. And in fairness, I think he mostly does just date one woman at a time. Alright, I have to present evidence. I was also just looking for an excuse to talk about that manga because I really like it. I would have said, for Japanese though, I would have said like, Waki yurushimasen. Yurusanai zo. Won't forgive cheaters. Probably this. Sugoi Goru. I don't know about that. But yeah, like cheating is uwaki. It's like you're floating around. You're being a little too free. Don't know what to say. All right. Oh, the button, of course. Buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. Oh, I promise I'll come running to your rescue like the professional guard that I am. I would not trust Larry to save my life. Wow, that was a pretty good one. Thanks, I try. Alright, could you tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Tell us. Alright, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. Oh, yes, talk. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So, that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the 1st floor. I thought it'd be a good idea to, adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. Trying to win an award for laziest person on the planet. It is interesting that the CEO's office is on the 1st floor. You think it would be higher. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder. Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? Must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did, and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. So, could you take just one more look for me, pretty please? No, Maya's 18 now. See, she's 19. She was 17, like, 2 years ago. So we're all good. Larry's got that sense on lock. Okay. Just can't say no to you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry— Whoa! What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Huh? How? It can't be. It's impossible. Alright, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once. In the morning, at around 1 a.m. Larry? You basically killed this guy. 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be. 1:02 a.m. All right. I don't think we've been back to the exhibit yet. Oh, maybe we have. Maybe I should have stayed with Larry one more time, asked him final questions. Where haven't we been in a while? Oh, something new here. I thought there was another psyche lock that I forgot to do, or that I didn't have enough info to do. Mr. Wright. Anyways, I was just looking for an excuse to talk about Yamato Narashiko Shichihenge. Because I really do. It's definitely kind of bad in a lot of ways, but I still love it. I think I just love it because, I don't know. There's like a lot of shoujo and like romance out there that has like a lead heroine who's like weird or shy. But Tsunako is really weird. Here, I'll write it out because it's a very long title. Yamato Nare Shiko Shichi Henge. And she loves like things that are horror and occult related. And so it's just like a character that I kind of could relate to. And like she's got that like shoujo protagonist thing of being both ugly and pretty at the same time, you know? Like she definitely has a lot of things that are obviously pretty about her. Like she obviously has like good face structure and she's skinny, but she's also like really prone to be like a little weird, a little kooky. And they do even point out that she's also prone to like not really taking care of herself and stuff like that. So she's very dear to me. In fact, even though I'm lazy and I was rereading a lot of it online, I actually own all of the volumes in physical print. All, like, how many is it? 35? Oops, Japanese keyboard. Mato Shichi Henge. It's like 36 volumes. I own all 36. I was just too lazy, but I'll probably get out the other physical volumes and read the last couple. Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore. Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, yes, you see. On the same night, the sacred urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store. A blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight. Am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time, I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are Mask Damask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But we're now assuming that, or I'm assuming that there could be multiple Mask Damasks. Like the first one could have been a different person. But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. Well, I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So then the person dressed up as Mask the Mask in this photo, it's gotta be Detective Atme. How does he fit his nose in there, though? That's still unanswered to me. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, you went to KB Security, right? Yeah, I went to KB Security at the time. The blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So I used the key card to unlock the door. How did he still have a key card if he didn't work there? Oh wait, I think, did the key card come with the blackmail? I don't remember. Probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone. Then suddenly, they bashed me over the head. Bam. Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. Okay, I have even more questions now, because that was Atme's silhouette. But how could Atme have been in two places at once? The person ran away while I was still stunned. Unless we got Atme wrong, and Atme was the murderer for some reason. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. Thought I'd die myself. Ugh. Dying with his tongue sticking out. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe? Yeah, that's right. Ooh, he was tampering with it. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got the heck out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Oh, Nick. All of a sudden, Mr. Delight sounds kind of like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please. Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Ugh, thank goodness. No, But I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she found out I was living a life of crime. I don't know, she seemed okay with it. A criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Well, knowing that, why did you decide to be a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least, that's what I thought anyway. They became the mask for Desiree. Well, I thought he could have also been like, what if he was like embezzling money? We'll just go in order. Don't press it, it makes a terrible racket. Sorry, just love making a lot of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with the case? I don't know. No prints, but it did go off. This list. We found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard. This is the list of the things the mask stole. And that's the value of each item listed next to them. $100,000, $150,000. Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? Numbers seem a little low to me. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. Guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. Nothing. Okay. I want to learn why he was fired. This is an article about my debut heist. That was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But the mask must have gone away, right? says in the article that he disappeared. That's right. I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Oh! So, I can't tell if it was just the first one that was him, or if it was like all but the last. Wait, hold the phone. The guard in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even Pearl could see through that in a heartbeat. But, as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Well, I don't know about that. Detective Atme found the disguise? Yes, I heard that he brought it home with him. That's what Atme got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. Must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail? You got them starting when? Tell me more. Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. Let's present some other stuff. Buzzer went off just once around the time that Bullard was killed. Oh, that's scary. Do you know anything about it, Mr. Delight? So he was in the room when he was knocked out, and then the guy was murdered. I'm afraid I don't. Alright. Does he have anything else about his boss, perhaps? Mr. Bullard, my old boss. It's so sad. Really? Sad? Even though he was a blackmailer? Do you have any idea what might have happened? Was there anyone that might have wanted him dead? Yeah, sure. Mr. Bullard was a type of guy who made a lot of enemies. He did lots of threatening things to people. Wait, you mean he scared people, or that he threatened them with blackmail? I guess they're kind of the same, right? Ace Detective. Huh. It was me all along. I don't know what to say. I guess he's just delusional. That's what your wife said about you. Desi really has a thing against criminals. Honestly, though, she didn't seem like she did. She sounded like she just didn't like people who were dishonest or something. Any idea why that is? Well, if you want to know the details, you'll have to ask her. After I lost my job, I needed to earn money to keep Desi satisfied. Okay. So he became a thief. Blackmail letter. Is this the first one you got? Of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yeah, just a few days after the Tears of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. It's not very good that he got caught after his first heist. Someone found out about your true identity, just like that. But would it have been the CEO, or would it have been like Atme and the CEO colluded or something? Like maybe Atme and the CEO were colluding, and But then eventually, the CEO realized that... Huh? No, he couldn't have known about the urn because that happened simultaneously. I don't know. I've got proof that it was you, so give up, he went on to say. Because, like, the proof could have been the original costume. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all the trouble to steal. Didn't even get to keep it. Hang on a sec. What do you mean you had to give it up? Don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, that letter specified, someone sent me 10,000. Ooh. So he was getting like a small percentage. But that would not be very worth it. No one said anything about being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Oh, so somebody else was putting them up to the other ones? Oh. Interesting. Hello. What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. Huh? Did it mod the word twink? Is that why? Hold on, I was looking at this. That's fine. Is that the word it banned? How weird. Instruction, They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. Or did it ban the word ginger? Who knows? So, you mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. Well, now it's not gonna tag them because I already allowed it. You'll just have to say it in somebody else's stream. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Although it is interesting, because, like, how was he gonna sell all this stuff to make money? Because, like, he probably doesn't have the black market connections. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful that the person was blackmailing him. Huh. Like, I mean, they said security guard would have some connections, but I don't buy it. But he was Mask the Mask after all. But he didn't steal the urn. But somebody else is behind the thefts, except for the first one. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Could you try not to look so gleeful about it? You went after the sacred urn because of those plans too? Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Is everything you've told me the truth? But, yes, don't tell Desi. Alright, one more thing I want to ask you. Please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Of course, I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. Yeah. So, yeah, Because now I'm starting to think Atme was the murderer. But then who stole the urn? Because I don't think this guy did. They couldn't have been in two places at once. I'm also not convinced that the urn isn't like a fake. So what if the urn was stolen twice? Like, what if somebody stole the urn originally and left like a fake there or something, and then the fake was stolen and returned? I don't know. Oh, Pearl back? Hey, Pearl. I'm back. What have you been up to this whole time? Sacred urn. Took it back to Kodayan village to have it examined. And what did you find out? No need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Phew. Huh. Well, there goes my theory. That's a relief. I was getting worried. But there's one small problem. These cute little pink splotches. They said it's paint. And they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We've got to figure out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we've got to figure out how they got there. Okay, we'll go find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. What if somebody broke it and reassembled it again? Alright, nothing new with her. I don't know. Should I show her any evidence? I don't think so. Usually 4 is good enough. Let's go back to the exhibit then. Wait, no. I meant to go to the office. There we go. Maybe the basement? Where the paint was? Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. Haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another look at this urn. We can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Okay. So this is Maya's box that got paint on it. Something about this box that's bothering me. That's the box the sacred urn was in. Looks like there's some pink paint on it too. Definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. Alright. I think I know how the paint got on it now. Paint cans. Oh, that's the board. Hamburgers. Yeah. Spaghetti. Alright. The big paint splotch over here. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days. Something suspicious about this paint mark. Bottom part is left shaped oddly. Could it be that the odd shape is the box? That's the box the sacred urn was in. If you look here. Ooh, what if it was accidentally dropped on the spot and it had broken inside the box and that's why it had to be reassembled? A little bit of paint on the box as well. Whoa, you're right. Matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? It's all turning out exactly as I thought it would. You're lying, Phoenix. You didn't know anything. You had no idea. He's just making it up as he goes. It's next to the door. Yeah. I don't think this matters, but we'll just go talk to Andrews now. Oh. There she is. Oh, sacred urn. Okay, okay, we gotta present the thing. There we go. Now we have the evidence we need. Alright, Magatama. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. I don't know why she seems so chill about saying that, because that would obviously reflect poorly on her. You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Need evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial is genuine. I guess this? I think this is what it was. The broken one. See, it was a fake after all. Huh? I mean, your evidence is fake too, as expected. Oh, whoops. Wait, did I submit the wrong one? Oh, genuine article. That's what I need to submit. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. I see. She's saying that I brought a fake one to begin with. I thought she meant like it got switched out at some other point. I went back to the Korean village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was the urn had been broken again. Did you say again? Yes. It was broken once a year ago. Now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Man, Amifei's spirit must be taking a beating in there. Are you saying that the urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Well, why do you think it was broken recently? Because the splotches on the box, maybe? Oh, did I do it wrong? No. I see. I'm jumping ahead. I need to say that now is the poster. Because I had to prove that it was broken and reassembled wrong. Alright. This one. This poster. It was made recently, right? Poster for the exhibit. At the time when this poster was taken, the urn said, "I am." But now for some reason, some mysterious reason, it says, "Ami." When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when this photo of the poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now tell the truth. Oh, wait. Or? Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. That's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. She dropped it for sure. It was broken here. Now it's the paint. Yeah, okay. Well, Miss Andrews, what is this supposed to mean? There's pink paint all over this urn. And there's pink paint on the floor and walls of the basement warehouse. In other words, this urn was broken here. You can't weasel out of this one, Miss Andrews. But... uh-oh. She's trying to make her escape. You can get pink paint anywhere. Well, there's none in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. Anyway, the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor, no proof that it's the same paint. Come on, girl. Man, I like you, Andrews, but come on. This is crazy. It's clearly the same paint. This box the urn was stored in, right? Yes, that's right. Pink paint on the box as well. I think you already know where I'm going with this. Yes, more or less. Paint on the floor had an odd shape imprinted in it, doesn't it? Yes. If you put this box into the impression on the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does justice, Mr. Wright. She's very klutzy still. So sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Ugh. This makes me feel like an evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Honestly, breaking it might have been for the best, because we reassembled it. Or she reassembled it correctly. Well, that's not so hard to understand. Is it, Pearl? No, not at all. I know how I can't speak today. I know just how she feels. It happened 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. Ooh. I heard a terrible noise and thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box, and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. I let out a huge scream. I can totally see how this would have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Kurine Village. So I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when I Am got changed to Ami. I didn't know how it was originally written. But any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane person? Really? Oh, Pearl. Just said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom, and no one had seen it since. But something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know the statue was over it, but you think he would have still seen it behind the statue. That's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. He used the golden statue to cover it. First time that we came down here, it was on the night the sacred urn was stolen. But Mr. Nick, there was no paint marks on the wall or floor of the warehouse when we were here. There's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, the golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be perfect size for covering up the paint stains. Really? I don't know. I'm surprised that it hid all of the stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense. Still, one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. Yeah, I guess it could have hidden the stains. At that time, the statue had been moved, and the paint was clearly visible. Huh. Well, Miss Andrews? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Then who was it? Who would have done it and why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day, it was moved. But why? Looks like some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Yeah, we're not done with the urn. What? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Ron Delight, was at KB's security. So why did another mask-to-mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact that there's two mask-to-masks. Murder trial is starting tomorrow, but looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Ugh, feel a little mush-mouthed today, even more so than usual. I wonder if I'm reading it too fast. Hey, Nick. What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? You don't know, Nick? They're having the Detective Atmy's trial today. Oh. Oh, they have to do another trial for him. Yeah, I suppose that when my guy confesses, they just announce my guy not guilty. But I guess they would have to do another trial for the perp. Detective Atmy. They say they're going to try him as mask to mask. Already? That was fast. I'd love to see mask to mask trial. Oh, God. Ugh. Oh boy. I was joking earlier about spaghetti not reaching my stomach, but I'm like, oh man, felt a little bit of bile in my throat there. I know. By the way, where's Pearl? She went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Pearl's really gone into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please, don't ignore me! Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, I'm just a poor thief. Oh wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Well, this guy was. He was stealing and getting stolen from. Getting blackmailed, didn't even get the full profits. Alright, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to help him commit the heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible. But today's trial is a race against the clock. Yeah, because now we have to beat the APME trial. That's not an option. Because if APME's gonna be our murderer, we have to stop him from getting convicted for the crimes. Or make it clear what actually happened. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. Defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready. Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. Ugh, he's got the judge in the palm of his hands. Again. Actually, I feel like the judge has been a little bit less easy on this prosecutor compared to a lot of our others. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I am afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. But that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Sure. Let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Judge has taken charge like he knows what's going on for a change. Victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. Body was found in safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. The little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot, please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. That is a lot of coffee. But the first one is always the best. Your witness? Okay then. Let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? Maybe a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could cross-examine. She put a lot of trust in me back then. No objections, Your Honor. Defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Ah, you've got guts. Trite. I'm really starting to like Godot a lot. I don't know why. Like, it took me a while to warm up to some of the other prosecutors. Although I think the voice that he actually has in this game kind of takes me by surprise. I imagine him to have, like, I don't know how to explain, like a more video game voice. But I think I also just like his... You know, I think his sprites go a long way. Like, they're a little bit less goofy. Well, they are goofy, but like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, when it came to like Manfred von Karma, he had his like, no, no, no finger wag that was very weirdly silly looking. Plus he was an asshole. This guy's, it looks very smooth. His music is so smooth. And I like it when he smirks. Plus, how can you hate a character with white hair? You did it, didn't you? Yes. No, 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 no. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Mr. Delight looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. Once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Ha. Very well. I just want to hear his theme again. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, it's kind of hard to say. I wish I could go home. Alright, let's hear some testimony already. Visit to KB Security. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. Blackmail letter I got ordered me to go there. I had been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. "1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Ha! It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny." You'd never know from the way he's chugging it down. Some people enjoy bitter. Alright, cross-examine. That evening, around 1 a.m., went to Mr. Bullard in his office at security. 1 a.m., huh? Absolutely sure about that. That's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also... Alright. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered. Too late for a coffee date. That's for sure. Well, you know what they say, it's just... Inviting somebody up for coffee is just a pretext, you know. Blackmail letter I got ordered me to go there. Ordered you there. It was the first time I got a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. I thought his other blackmail letters also had him put it in the safe. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Oh, of course. They say things like, steal this or take that. Huh. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? What should I do? What did the blackmail letter in question say? I had to bring $50,000. Money, eh? Perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway. Yeah, I was gonna say, did we find the money? Oh? Not right. After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. Important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Ha. Muddy mudskipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. What's a mudskipper? Is that like an axolotl? Blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? If you don't want your identity revealed. I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask the mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me. But why would he then keep giving him the stuff he stole? He didn't? Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me. That's why Mr. Light didn't believe he was masked. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I've been working at KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. Not much in his testimony. Oops, did I forget to press on that last one? Sounds like he's avoiding something at least. That's what it sounds like to me. Got a bad feeling about this. Better be careful. Alright. Although, I assume Phoenix wants to avoid him talking about the crimes. Hello. Hold on, let me go back to that last one. I think I forgot to press. Yes, this one. You used to be security chief for KB Security, right? That's right. Security chief. You? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Yeah, we didn't really get why he was fired. Revenge for an old grudge? Perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? Not good. Maybe I should change the subject. Ooh, this is tricky, because actually I really want to know. I really want to know why he was fired. Mr. Light, why were you fired from your job? Well, world is filled with those who have said, wish I never asked about that. Okay, I take it back. Defendant, please answer the question. Well, I needed money. Needed money? Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? I mean, if you got the money you can spend, sure. Salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Oh. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. Since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I thought he was like just stealing money from the company. He was corporate espionage. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. Yeah, that's good reason to be fired. Wish I'd never asked. Somehow able to keep it a secret and made it seem like I had quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You'd do well to remember that. He sure told you. You admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. This is a very important fact. Add it to your testimony. I mean, everybody's like, oh, Phoenix, you shouldn't have said that. But I don't know. It's not like I'm losing points, so. This whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. But he's not on trial for that. So, like, what does it matter? Fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby, what else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste! So Miss Delight doesn't know her husband was fired. So it would seem. not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. Oof. Yeah, I have heard of cases like that. People, spouse gets fired or like laid off or something. They think they're gonna get a replacement job really fast, but then next thing they know, it's been like 6 months and they've been lying to their partner, going to the park all day. Can't believe it. This case has even gotten Maya to think seriously about couples. Try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. Wasn't much in his testimony, was there? He's avoiding something. Okay, maybe I need to press on that other issue too. A year ago. Let me see. Was there another thing that I could press him on here? Or was it just like, why was he stealing? Okay. Fire me for selling. Okay, yeah. There's nothing else to press on. What kind of evidence do I have here? Box stuff not useful right now. Not entirely sure what I might need to look at these again. Hello. Welcome. We're back with this guy. Let me go back to the first statement. Ordered me to go there. Red diamond. That's my letter I got. Ordered me to go there. Maybe something with a blackmail letter? Ordered you there. First time I got a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Okay. Yeah, he tries to stop him from saying more. It didn't scare me. But it says something about the red diamond. I think that red diamond you received the other day instead. Oh, look like a little strip of gum. I feel like it's just a very Japanese style envelope to have those like really skinny ones. Sure was referred to Master Mask. How are you doing though this lovely weekend day? Uh-oh. This is new. You were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. But that was all over with once I was fired. But it is true, the fact that I kept secrets was kept under wraps. Nothing to do? Well, I don't want to go back to work. I don't want to go back to work. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I'm scared. I don't remember how to work anymore. Oh, I've always had tears. I just know I don't really use it for anything. I've always been able to cry. Wah. Although I think the idea of having like a tear emote is kind of silly because like, hold on guys, I'm having a serious emotion. Let me get out my big emotion on screen so you can see it, you know? I've always had tears, angry, and more blushy. And I can use all of them at once if I really wanted to. I use blushy a couple times, but it's kind of subtle, so you probably wouldn't notice it. When would I be angry, blush, and cry? Honestly, though, that kind of sounds like, have you ever been so angry you cried? Or been crying and been really angry? Plus, I feel like in real life, when I get very like emotional, like whether I'm angry or sad, I do think my face gets more red. More like blood rushing to my face. Oh, I've been so angry I cried. I've been so upset before. No reason for me to pay up now, a whole year later. I wouldn't say like, I don't know if I would say like start bawling because I'm angry, but like I can also like I also cry when I get like too stressed sometimes. Like when you're just like, it's just one of those things where like sometimes it's just like a little emotional crossover where when you start to feel like one emotion so much that like tears just happen anyways. It's kind of like people cry when they like laugh too much or are too happy. Oops, there we go. Is that really true? I don't know if I've had like an actual cry laugh, like tears leaking from my eyes. In quite a long time though. What is it, Nick? I thought that Ron was stealing company data. Wonder if he would have become a problem. I wonder if it would have been a problem if it was public knowledge. Yes, it would. Mr. Delight, I believe you've been in considerable trouble. If your identity as a company data thief was made public. You know, I don't mind not having like a cry laugh. It's kind of nice though to have like a little bit of a wheeze laugh, you know, one of those laughs that's takes the wind out of you. Like when you're laughing so hard you're not making any noise at all. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? Ha! Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's an interesting phrase. That's exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer. Ugh, I know it hasn't been that long, but I kind of need to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna just give me like 2 minutes. Sorry. I've been drinking a lot today. I'm not leaving for good. Come on now. It'll take more than that to kill me. But yes, you'll have to work way harder if you want me gone. You'll have to pay me some money to start. You have to pay me not to stream from now on. I will keep streaming until people give me more money. Or any money. And I decided I will stream next weekend. Probably Saturday. Maybe Friday, depending on how I feel. At least one stream. At least one stream, either Saturday or Sunday. Because I was like, you know what? Since August begins, and since I was like, well, since it's unofficial birthday, I should, for real, this time, 100% promise, do a hand cam stream of me building some of my Digimon kits that I have. So nothing like crazy special, but something that I keep talking about that I don't do very often. I have hands, yeah. And my arms don't look so fucked up anymore. They look a lot better now. But you guys are gonna see my gross little piggy hands. I mean, people have seen them before. They're on my channel. But, you know, I'm very self-conscious. I also wanted to switch out my drinking glass because I was like, my metal straw and my ceramic glass kind of makes little noises that you can hear, and I didn't want it to be so loud. So yeah, I think I'll do that next weekend. I don't know exactly what time. Yeah, I try to use my straw when I'm on stream because my model kind of freaks out a little bit if I don't use it and I just put the big cup up to my face. So I have a couple like reusable metal straws. I also do just enjoy a straw. It makes the soda more delicious. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little amigo? You're never gonna let it go, are you? You know, for a second there, I actually just stopped because I was like, do I know the word for lawyer in Spanish? And then I was like, no, I do not. Because I looked it up and I was like, that is not the word that sounds familiar. My little amigo. My little... How would you say little? Spanish, English... I don't know why in my brain I thought it started with like a B, but I was thinking of the Japanese word. My little lawyer. Mi pequeño abogado. Mi pequeño abogado. Abogado. That's what people put on their toast, isn't it? Thank you. Abogado? Capture card? Oh, you're thinking El Gato? That one took me a second. Yeah. Come on now. Provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Or your assertion. Coffee in Espanol is just café, isn't it? Maybe it depends what what Spanish-speaking country, though? Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret? Cafe? His wife hates criminals. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Yeah, we haven't seen Desi in a minute. I feel like maybe the next trial she's going to play a bigger role. I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret. Yelp. Certain person? Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Well, but I... Listen to me, my Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. A Mexican accent? I don't know. I haven't really thought about how I would even do one. Besides, you know, when you said that, for a second I was like, he does have, you know, a beautiful tanner complexion. You know, they use the skin tone on some of the other characters, and sometimes it just makes them look like really weird and orange. But sometimes it works really well for their, like on him it looks really natural looking. I think there was like another character where the orange tan skin just made it look very orange and not so good. Besides, I wouldn't give him like a weird Mexican accent. You know, this guy it would still have to be like really sexy and suave. But like, I could see this guy having like a little bit of a Latin flair. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh no, everything's falling neatly into place. Don't talk about Desi like that. This is Desi's ideal man. Can you look like this for her? Or you'll be sorry. Well, it seems we've learned a great deal of things here. Who gave Mike Wazowski a gun? And another eyeball? And a nose. Is that Sully's face on Mike's head? I just realized. Because I was like, yeah, Mike doesn't have a nose. What do you think, Nick? Didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. Yeah, would you kill to protect a secret from your wife? So she loves you forever? Motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. Godot is pretty hot, isn't he? At the CEO's office. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Yeah, he does look very feminine. You were like, if he was a girl, you'd be like, hey, baby. Suddenly, was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If he was a girl, you'd bounce on it. It being... Alright, alright. You know, my viewer fanfics, they'll only become more true with time. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. But you know what they say, all jokes contain a little bit of truth to them, don't they? If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. It's okay. I won't judge you. Can I just say, straight guys are kind of obsessed with penis. It's crazy. They love to draw penis all the time. Like, for when I was in high school, the senior prank they pulled, not when I was a senior, I think I was a junior or something. But they went down and had like some chalk or something that they drew like penises on a lot of cars. I think some people drew vaginas, but I'm like, they drew a lot of penises, or like a lot of silly sex scenes. Guys love to draw penises, and they love to think about penises. You know, like, I just don't think it's like quite as much of a thing for like women to be like, oh yeah, let me draw a funny vagina. But guys love to draw penis. They love it. Although, funny story was, when I went to my car and I was like, oh, there's a penis on it. Whatever. And then I just kind of washed it off before I drove away because I had a water bottle with me. I was walking with, I think it was like a gay guy. I'm hesitant to say friend. He was more of a friend, really. And he was like, oh, what's that? I was like, it's a penis. He's like, oh, is that what it's supposed to be? And it's like, come on. This guy knew his way around a penis. I guess he was just critical of their art skills. That's not me making assumptions about him being gay. That's me because I know this guy. And yeah, he was kind of... He knew his way around a penis, I'll just say that. Crazy enough, he also knew his way... Well, maybe he wasn't the most experienced, but he also knew a thing or two about vaginas. Before he was... I think when he was questioning gay. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. Me? Funny? I would never. Was he a doctor? No, this was when we were in high school. I mean, there's a reason why I wouldn't call him my personal friend, because he was kind of... He's not somebody I would have trusted a whole lot with a lot of things. You know, he would be like, hey girl, and then he'd turn around and look at me and be like, I hate her. Like, he was very fake like that, and I would constantly call him out for it. Well, part of the reason why... I mean, I didn't trust him because he would talk about people behind their back. And, like, one of the last stories I heard about him when I was in college was, like, a weird story where he started dating a girl again. And then, like, cheated on her. You know, stuff like that. It was just weird. Just a weird guy doing weird stuff. When I came to, Mr. Buller was lying there, dead. Like, you know, I'm not somebody who feels, you know, I don't need to have like a quota for gay friends or anything. I'm happy with my fictional gay anime boys. That's the only people in my life that I need. See, suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? Believe that detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He did, but he wasn't actually knocked out, was he? Huh. Would he have taken the sword with him to knock him out? The Shichishito? He said that the mask struck him on the head from behind. Also, that guy slept with nasty people. Ugh. Like, have some standards, girl. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Ha! No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you said is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. Please play his music again. I need it. If you see any sign that if I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. Yeah, he's totally flirting with me. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. I see. Was it shaped like a hedgehog? If there were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I tell you, trust me. He's dodging all of our questions. It's not helpful. So, how was the victim Mr. Bullard at that time? What do you mean, how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Ugh. Forget it. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. Forehead, eh? Yeah, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Like I said, it was fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. Don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack, if you know what I mean. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. Oh, maybe it was the mask. That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to? My mask. My mask, the mask costume, of course. Wait just a moment. Mask, the mask? Huh? Did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask the Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO in KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him mentioning it to me either. Ugh. Even I didn't know that. Seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it. Until now. Wait. That's not right. You know, sometimes things just slip your mind. Huh. My 6th cup of coffee is staring at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore the new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I'd been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Mask the Mask costume. Why were you dressed up as Mask the Mask? Because I'm Mask the Mask, of course. What are you talking about? The mass trial is being held next door. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the mask-to-mask issue. So I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, the real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected. Took longer? What's he talking about? I want to know more. What do you mean by took longer? Opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. Wait, whoa, back it up. Yeah? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable. Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? When they take a poo in them. What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. But you said it so sexily, I'll believe it. You mean he hid the body because he's the murderer? Ha. So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. I don't know, I thought it was fine. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure to add this to your testimony. Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. Took about 10 minutes. That's a long time. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. That's a good answer, kid. Not what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find this corpse, they'll think I did it. Ha. I think you had a simpler reason than that. Because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That is a lot of time. I would have given up. Certainly makes sense. Hold on. 10 minutes? Wait, what is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes doing it? Under those circumstances? Oh. If you think his behavior was strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? Alright, I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. Oh. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? Not much in this testimony either. Betcha he's still hiding something. Wouldn't be surprised. Just have to draw it out of him. Hope he doesn't make things more complicated. What evidence do I have for that? 10 minutes. Buzzer went off at 1:02. Oh, wait a minute. I think he said his watch was like at 1:03, but it could have been wrong. Buzzer went off at 1:02, so maybe he was killed before this guy even entered the room. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow. Suddenly I was hit on the forehead. I don't think I'm going to present the Shichishito right here, right now. I think that'll maybe come later. I'd been killed if I hadn't been wearing my the mask costume. I think that's fine. He was lying there dead. I think I have to do something with the last one for 10 minutes. Took about 10 minutes. Let me just read it again. Why did you hide the body in the safe? Wouldn't fit in a drawer, but kinda lost it. Alright. 10 minutes. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? Spend 10 whole minutes to do it. I was trying to think, like, if there was anything else that would overlap with the 10 minutes. Ow. Oof, my lip got chapped kind of bad. Now it's kind of scabbed over. Ouch. But I just want to pick at it. I'll do it after stream. Okay, what do we got here? Pick my nose instead? Always do. I love to do that. Digging for gold. You know what they say? You can pick your nose and you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your friend's nose. Huh. Maybe one of these? Would you pick your friend's nose? What if their arms and hands were in a cast and they couldn't do it? And they were just dying. They were like, you gotta dig it out, man. It's the good hard snot. You gotta dig it out. You won't do it? What if... Would you do it for your wife? What if it was your wife? What if it was Desiree? And she's like, you gotta... It's driving me nuts. You gotta just pick it out. Just once. Not even once? Not for the love of your life? Not for Von Karma? Oh, you're in there like ass hair? I don't have any ass hair in my nose. Thanks for asking. I was gonna say something worse, but I decided not to. These streams are very PG. I would never say the word penis or vagina. Or bounce on it. I would never. I would never talk about BL or shipping. Or Char being all in Amuro's guts. I would never do it. Your Honor, could you take a look at this record? Yeah, that's canon. Hold on. I need to put that on. Wait, do I have that saved? Hold on, let me see if I have that saved. Because that was an art stream, so people wouldn't, you know, if you're not on Twitter and if you're not on the art streams, you wouldn't know. Where is it? I have no idea what I named that file. What the hell would I name that file? Probably just the date. Oh, there it is. They need to know. Here, we'll make it big. Give me 1 second here. Is it chroma key? Oh, you can barely see it now. Let's make it a little bit more visible. It's not to scale. The height is not to scale. Let's do that. What might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. According to this record, the buzzer was pushed once, at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. But in theory, he was already, like, knocked out, right? After all, security guard would have been heading his way. See, like his objection voice, it doesn't sound like I imagine it would. I won't keep it up all stream, just a little bit longer. Ha! Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. He would have known he was past security. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as chief of security. Do you think he sounds too fighting game character? I don't know if it comes through very well, but like, to be honest, I'm trying to kind of give him a little bit of a snake voice when I do his voice. Maybe not like the voice, maybe a little bit of like the cadence, if that makes sense. No way he wouldn't have known about them. But, as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Ha! Again. Remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? Ugh. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted. That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. That's why he thought he had time to hide the body. You know, Ron getting hit on the forehead, you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Gundam. You'll know when you reach the last episode of Gundam 79. It's very... makes me think of Char. So, what you're trying to say... Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious. It can only mean that there was another person in the room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Yeah, when you reach the last episode. What's happening? Oh, Jesus. I just got a big full screen pop-up that Windows 10 support ends soon. My screen went white for a second. I was like, what's happening? Is this the end? I don't care. I'm not switching to Windows 11. Okay, is this a controversial opinion? I don't mind Windows 10. I was a Windows 8 hater, though. Windows 10, I don't mind as much. So I'm glad that I never had Windows 8, because every time I looked at it, I wanted to barf in my mouth. I don't know if there actually is that much difference, or if it's just different to be able to, like, customize it. Because, you know, like, on a public computer using, like, Windows 8, I was like, barf. Because I don't know, it just made it seem like they were trying to make everything look like an app, like a phone app. But, like, on my personal PC, it's fine. But I think Windows 7 was the one I had on my laptop, and I think that one was okay. You know me, I'm old and I hate change. You know, I don't know if he sounds like a fighting game character. He sounds like a fighting game announcer. Do you know what I mean? This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard. I love it when they have this like back and forth and they're just objecting to each other and I don't feel like I have to play. You know, I just like to watch. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What's your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? No, because he wasn't wearing gloves and there were no prints. How? Can I prove it wasn't Kane Bullard? Yeah. Ooh, actually, can I? Let me... I need to see what the... No fingerprints. Okay, I can prove it. Defense's opinion in this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves it wasn't the victim. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? Some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues in itself is the clue. I'm clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. You guys ever seen that movie, Clueless? Pretty fun. Has a surprise. Surprisingly, they go. Well, I don't know. This might be a spoiler for how the movie ends. I won't say. I like the ending. It's not like it's that much of a. It's not like it's a twist or anything. Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself. Naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind. Ron Delight obviously wiped them off. Why would he? The guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask to Mask. Mask the Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he have possibly had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order, order, order. Ha! It would seem. I've been forced to eat crow. Wonder what blend number crow-flavored coffee is. However, if the real killer was at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? To frame him. They were on the way out. Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with that awkward silence all of a sudden? Ha! Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though the security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well, then. Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. He's flirting. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? I think they wanted to call the guards because they wanted to frame the other guy. The killer knew that if they pressed the button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. You mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart? Called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When the buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And third person, the real killer. I like how it's just like they don't even try to hide who it is. They're like, here's the silhouette. Hypothetically, yes. Now then. In this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder. Why did he do all that to make a spit take? Order, order. Ha. It would seem. I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Mask the Mask, so... You mean the real killer is... We're gonna drag that person in here right now. But I have no idea how it's gonna work out with the timing. But who is it? I don't have solid proof, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity. They also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. The killer used him as to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. But then we don't really know why Atme would want Kane dead. But I guess we'll figure that out when we get there. The French accent is not over yet. Detective Luke Atme, the one who could have done it. Ace Detective Atme? You mean Mask the Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask the Mask at all. He is in actuality the true murderer of the Kane Bullard. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? Not even close. Murder's the more serious crime. Unless you kill a poor person and steal from a rich person. In that case, it's anybody's judgment. Capital crimes subject to capital punishment. They kill people in this world? They execute the criminals? Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, famous detective was unmasked, well, was Mask the Mask. Instead of being convicted for murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty. Mask the Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask the Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, unassailable alibi. The guilty verdict as an alibi. Yeah, I don't remember if there's been any other cases where that's been a thing in this game so far. You think it would have come up before now, but I can't really recall. I feel like there was something close to that. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. They were going to stop this trial and stall that one. Or if we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? Huh. I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to think what proof I really have right now. Like, maybe... I don't know. That's only good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight? So, please, I'm begging you. Thanks, but... my decision will determine the rest of your life. Oh, I got a message. My dad asked me if I wanted to have spaghetti for dinner. If he wanted to join them. I had spaghetti for lunch, but sure, why not? I love spaghetti. Been in very spaghetti mood recently, very pasta mood. Phoenix. Yeah, Mom Amoeba. Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice sounds like Mia. Mamma Mia. Perfect timing. Maybe Mia should be Italian. How do I do an Italian accent? A phoenix. I listen to your gut. No, I'm not gonna do that. It's a Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Ha. So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. Bert will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, he's prosecuting for this one? Well, Sir Detective Atme. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective Atme, you were the one who... Who the heck is this? They have more than one judge? And he looks like this? That's enough. Court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. Court finds the defendant Luke Atme... Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet. Very well, Sir Lawyer. Welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? You didn't get it? His name is Luke Atme? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme. Accusation? You accuse Mask to Mask? That man is not Mask to Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? I'm gonna need to... Oh. 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 We're freezing here. We're freezing. Everybody's just so stunned. They're aghast. Oh, there we go. Sorry, things froze up for a second. I don't know what happened. I don't know if stream blipped for a second too. It's possible. You know what? We haven't had like any actual streams dipping out in quite a while though, so it's very good. Also, I need to take like another 30-second pee-pee break. If you will allow me. Please. I'm just kidding. I don't need your permission. I'm gonna go pee. Give me 2 secs. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I drank a lot today, so I was full of pee. Yeah, chat is usually a little bit behind, but sometimes it might have lagged even more. Should be. Looks good on my end, though. I don't know why, just like everything froze up for a second. Actually, it wasn't everything. Weirdly enough, it was like I could tell my OBS and stream was freezing up and also my game. But like I can see my VTube Studio window and that was actually still like tracking fine, so. Yes, I washed my hands. In fact, I didn't even dry my hands properly. So they're still wet, if you want to have a feel. You know, I never normally say anything about this, but I thought it'd be interesting to share for once. I'm very, very shy, and I never talk about this, but I feel like I'm very lucky for once that my period, I was like, everything aligned perfectly, so my period would basically be over when I started my job. So I wouldn't have to worry about being new and being like, oh no, I have to think about period blood. So now I'm like, yes, finally. Things align perfectly for once. And I don't have like that extra stress to think about. Sorry, that's gross and boring. Ovulation Nation, gross. Yeah, at least I'm not telling people. There are some streamers out there and VTubers out there who do tell their chat like every time they're like menstruating or like ovulating. And I'm like, oh. I mean, like, I think it's kind of good for some people to talk about it and maybe like destigmatize it, but that not for me. No, thank you. I don't think that's quite me. I'm pretty shy about that stuff. But I was just like, yes, for once things going my way. You're gross? I'm gross? Hello? You? I mean, if you insist, I guess. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a little bit gross. Like, I say stupid things all the time. Weird things all the time. Sometimes on purpose, just to kind of get a reaction out of people, but... Oh, Ovulation Nation? Yeah, I mean, it's a little gross. Rude. You're bullying me for being a woman. And for having ovaries that produce egg. It's okay. Someday I'll hit menopause. When I was younger, I used to be like, man, menopause sounds great because you don't have to deal with all that. And then I got older and I realized that menopause sucks too. They just all suck in different ways, so. Free egg glitch? No, no, no. I want the egg-free glitch. I would like no eggs, please. I'm an egg hater. My sis? Could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So she's still alive, inside your heart. Nicky boy. Oh, missed the light. Is it true that Detective is the real killer? It's crazy how good her model looks, her art. To be honest, we didn't have any definitive proof, but he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, almost time. Better get back to courtroom. Need to find some solid proof. Hell, I'll even take some liquid proof. Gotta happen sooner rather than later. Desi Von Karma, Mia Andrews GL. Ugh. I don't know about that. I don't think they have much to go on. Also, I don't know if that's... I don't believe you're a true GL lover. I think you just want to look at, like, pinups of them. Who knows, though? I have never looked for, Ace Attorney Dojinshi. There's probably... Maybe there are some for the girls. Some for the ladies. I guess when this game is over, I feel like I could probably be safe enough for me to start looking up Dojinshi. Is it wrong to like girls? Yes. You have to go to hetero jail. Mr. Look at me, please take the stand. Where you'll be taught to like boys. Well, how do we do? How do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I didn't practice my French for today. Couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask to Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid that even the great Look at Me has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could have known what's been going on. Oh, wait, this is Atme still. I'm afraid there's no way I could have know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me this generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this. Oh! Oh, that's the red diamond they were talking about. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask. Of course. I don't want to go to work. Don't want to. Maybe if I get into a car accident, I won't have to go to work. Very well. Look at me. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? What do you think? Should I be hospitalized? Calling sick on my first day? No. That's the other thing that I was thinking about work, is that I'm like, oh crap, it's gonna be a while before I have like days off. Don't have to kill another driver? Well, I could get into like lots of car accidents that don't involve another vehicle. You know, I could just drive really fast into a tree or off of like a raised highway or freeway. You know what I mean? Not that I've been thinking about it at all. One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry. I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Can't believe we saw another judge and he looked like a weirdo. All right, Mr. Atme, the night of the murder, speak. Send in a bomb threat? Yeah. Yeah, sure. I think that would get me blacklisted from the industry. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. Since it's case 2, I guess we can take down. Bomb it for real. Well, I think then I'd go to jail. Well, we'll remove my subliminal messaging for now. For now. Maybe I'll bring it back at like 2% sometime and see if people notice. I was stealing the urn as Mask the Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job, but if I'm in jail, I can't stream. And I won't be at home with all my anime merch. It's very important. I mean, I guess if I was in the hospital, I wouldn't be able to either. But in theory, if I was in the hospital, it wouldn't be for that long. And then I would just do the rest of the recouping at home, right? Unless I was like dead or in a coma. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this sense, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask the Mask was the same time as the murder. Live stream from the hospital? Coma cam? I mean, that's basically what people's subathons are. Like, people do subathons where they're like sleeping for like 18 hours a day or like absent but pretending to sleep. Like, what's even the point? I feel like a subathon, if you're absent on camera or asleep, it doesn't count. You know what I mean? I feel like if you're gonna be streaming, you gotta be there. Unless you're doing like a really specific like co-sleep. You know, like if you wanted to have like a sleepy sleepover stream. Which would actually be kind of cute. Like a sleepover stream. You could stay up late at night. Talk about the anime you like. And the boys' love that you like. Until you're ready to go to sleep. Seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. Has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Mask the Mask cannot be in two places at once. That would actually be fun to do like a proper like sleepover stream. Although I think I'd be too afraid to ever like actually fall asleep with stuff on. And honestly, I feel like most of the topics that I would discuss are the same. But I would probably like, you know, set up so somehow I could be like in my bed or in a sleeping bag and stream and eat snacks. Now then, if you excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Farting in my sleep? I would never. Snoring? Probably. Scratching my butt? I do that when I'm awake. Wide awake. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. I'm not worried. I'm not too worried about, like I said, mostly I might snore if I get, like, too conked out. I don't think I would really say much. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. Scratch and sniff? No, I would never. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. I feel like Maya's been really quiet during the court section. Slurs in my sleep? I hope not. I don't think they've ever come up in any of my dreams, so... I definitely think snoring would be a thing. I was stealing the urn. This photograph is proof. Indeed, it is. The man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. I'm still curious though, because he's not wearing the brooch. This is why I am called Mask de Mask. But conveniently, that also means there's no way of telling who this really is. What do you mean? Ha. You're saying this is in fact not look at me? That it could be an accomplice? Dressed up as the Mask de Mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? I don't feel like there's enough of an angle to go on right now. If he was at KB security during the murder, it has to be a fake. And there was an accomplice. But right now, I don't know who it was. And I don't have any idea. Yeah, so let's not... We'll come back to this later. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. It was over 20 days ago. Yeah, she hired him before the calling card arrived. It's very strange. You sent the calling card to Lord Lee Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. Perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You truly are evil, aren't you? Yes. Evil is what I am. Something odd about this. He was always really proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lord Lee Taylor while he was the only one watching it... Yeah, that's the weird thing about his whole thing about, like, I wanted a rival was like... But then it just makes you look like a crappy detective. Oh, is my voice giving Dexter? I never watched that show, but I kind of know what you mean. I didn't have, like, Nickelodeon or whatever. Photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. Photograph. Piece of evidence here. Indeed. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. Proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. Oh, it's Cartoon Network? Whatever. I didn't have that either. That's how much I didn't have it is, because I don't even know what channel it is. When you think about it, it's odd. You say that as if you... almost as if you had that picture taken on purpose. He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. But if he set it up himself, why would he want to get caught? We all have days like that. Indeed. Turned out no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing. Sad blue melody. Better gather more info. I actually want to look at that again. Warehouse camera went off at 1 a.m. I mean, even if that timestamp was wrong, surely this means that this is based on the computer, so... But I don't know, would it have been the same? Maybe there's something else about, like, the fact that the statue was moved. I don't know. About the camera that took this photo. It's not too clear what you're thinking. You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? Yeah, I wondered. I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, no way that picture could have been altered. Okay, well at least they narrowed it down. Whoops. That way I don't have any doubts about that. His alibi is false. So... I am still not totally sure about, like, an accomplice, though. Like... I'm not really spotting anything unusual. Either the mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Stealing the urn as mask to mask, just as I announced I would. Photo is proof. The only thing that's also really weird too is, like, he lost the brooch at some point. And I assume he took the Shichishito with him to bonk Ron? Because it still had to get bent somehow. Also means there's no way to tell who it really is. Not yet. I'm not convinced about that. Because I'm trying to think, like, who could have been his accomplice, but I don't feel like anybody would have really had reason to work with him. At least nobody we've met. Hold on. Ugh, I was gonna try to go shopping for pants today. Because I don't like any of my pants. They don't feel very comfortable. Oh, excuse me. But I'm already giving up on that idea. I'll consider getting some this week if I need to get better pants. That's right. 20 days ago. But I do need to do laundry tonight. You know what? I should take my laundry to... If I'm gonna go to my parents for dinner, I'll take my laundry there. Brilliant. Brilliant idea. Good job, me. 80 miles for some slacks? They better be the best pair of pants I've ever had. Nah, I was just gonna see what places near me had, but trying to remind myself what business casual is. You know, it's one of those weird things where, like, I feel like, you know, women always have more fashion choices, but it also, like, sometimes more choices are just very confusing. You know what I mean? Like, for a guy, like, if you heard business casual, you would be like, all right, I gotta wear, like, a button-up shirt, right? And, like, women can wear button-up shirts, but there's also, like, women's blouses. But, like, at some point, I'm like, what's the difference between a blouse and just a shirt, you know? Swimsuit? Okay, I'll wear a swimsuit. Short shorts? Okay, I'll wear that too. I wear it over my swimsuit. And I'll wear some flip-flops too. Have the dogs out, have the feet out. I mean, I think it also depends on, like, what the material is, to be honest. But, like, some blouses really just have, like, a very similar cut to, like, a shirt. Like, maybe not like a men's shirt or a unisex shirt, but I don't know, it's kind of mysterious, like, where the divide becomes. But I don't really like a lot of, like, satiny material. It feels slippy. But yeah, I could just wear more button-up type things. Forgot what else I was gonna say. Oh well. I'm just not made to be a very business casual type of person, you know? Or a very businessy person. Perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. Siege. Oh, you know, oh, I remember. When I said dogs out, I was thinking I watched somebody play a little bit of Expedition 33. And I was like, oh, one of your first, like, party members is, like, a character who's barefoot. Because I guess somebody on the team was like, yeah, I love feet. So they were like, well, I guess she'll be barefoot then. We'll just add a reason why. Yes, very evil. He was proud of his ace detective skills. If the heir was stolen, no way he'd maintain his perfect ace detective. I mean, I guess if you make a game or make something, if you write something, make art, you should put in what you love, I guess. It's just always very funny, because I feel like feet people are always like, it's always very unsubtle that they love feet. One photograph contains... Photograph? You mean this piece of evidence here? Like, I don't think I'll play the game, but I'm kind of curious about watching more of it, because at first I wasn't totally, like, into it, but after, like, they get to the continent or whatever, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm starting to... It's very weird, though, because it kind of gives me... It really does make me think of, like, a lot of other games, but nothing, like, super definitive. You know what? I'll go ahead and say right now, I'm not a feet fetish person, but I think as an artist, I really appreciate that, like... I really appreciate how foot fetishists are really good at drawing feet, because feet are really hard to draw. It's harder than drawing hands. Or, like, you know, I definitely don't find any sexual appeal in, like, shoes either. But I also appreciate, like, a fashionable shoe or a well-drawn shoe. It's the very thing that proves I committed the crime. Very thing that proves you committed the crime. I've already implied what my basic interests are. I don't think any of them are, like, crazy fetish levels, but I've already said, like, I love a mask. you know, whether it's a mask like this that covers up part of his face or like a full face thing. Also, I think it's kind of a cliche that like, I think women kind of prefer hands more than feet. Like, especially if I've seen certain artists that like just do these like really nice hand sketches. Not like realistic, but you know, just like hand studies where they practice drawing, like they can make them look pretty sexual. I think women kind of gravitate more towards like hands. Although maybe not in like as creepy of a way as like feet people. I don't know. Metaphor versus Expedition 33? Yeah, like I have seen lots of Metaphor gameplay too. Although I kind of need to like finish watching some more of it. I don't know. I don't know how long Expedition 33 actually is. Metaphor is pretty long. But like I think with Metaphor too, the other thing is like I don't know if it's officially in the Megami Tensei verse or if it's just considered that because of the same studio, but to me, like, I always have like a love and hate relationship with like a lot of those kinds of things. Yeah, I think so too. Like, I don't know if I love any of the characters in Expedition 33 yet. We'll see. But I'm not very far in watching anybody play it. Whereas Metaphor, like, I definitely am more interested in the characters and stuff like that. I think the fighting system looks interesting about Expedition 33. Although I think I don't think I could ever play that game on stream because like the character, if you know anything about the basic plot, like it starts out and they're like, okay, every year this magical goddess writes a number and every year the number gets lower. And so like they're like, okay, the number is now 33. So everybody who is 33 will now die. And I was like, oh, and so like everybody's walking around town being like, you're so fucking old, you're 32, you're gonna die. And I'm like, it's a painful game to play when you're over that age, you know what I mean? It deals immediate psychic damage to me specifically when you realize that you're older than every single character that is going to be in this game. Like, I mean, you know, usually characters are younger than you because they're all like in their 20s or whatever, or teens, but like when they specifically are like, ew, or well, not ew, but they're like, oh, you're 32, you're on death's door. It's painful. You know, it's immediately like, you immediately take damage once you're like, if you play that game and you're over like the age of all the characters. And I mean, they definitely are like, oh, you know, I wish I could live so long, but it's very weird. But yeah, I think I'll try to watch more people play it because it's kind of interesting. It's very hilariously French though. And there's also like, they also lean into a little bit of, they lean into it a bit because they have like, I think you can get like special French baguette outfits if you fight a certain enemy. If you fight the mimes, you get like an outfit for every one of your characters. And so it's like the cliche like French stripy shirt with a little like baguette on your back instead of like a weapon, and like the little thing tied around your waist. It's just like, it's so funny that it's just like such a stereotype, but they like lean into it. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting. Maybe if I play it, I'll... one of the races language is heavily inspired by French. In Metaphor? I'm trying to think. Or in that. You know what it actually, so somebody I was watching play it, you know, some people think of like other things like Final Fantasy or, I can't remember what other game they were, or some people were saying like, it kind of has like a little bit of Dark Souls-y presentation. The thing that it actually reminds me of is, Nier. Like not Automata, but like the original Nier. And it's a little bit, I don't know exactly if it's gonna play out. It's a little bit hard to explain, but there's something about Nier, oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of the basic enemies, the shadows. The minions, where it's a mix of broken languages, but mainly French. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'll watch a little bit more of it and see. Who knows, maybe I will play it someday, but I think at this point I'm just satisfied to watch. I forget what they're called Nier. It's like the shades or something. What are the enemies called? FF7 a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I definitely see like a lot of... Oh yeah, I think they are called shades. It's so hard to look up things for like Nier now because now everybody just assumes like just automatically thinks Automata instead of like the original. Very interesting though. I like to see like a non-Japanese or non-Asian studio make their attempt on a more traditional like JRPG kind of game. Like, I mean, there's also like RPGs, but like, I don't know what it is. I think maybe because it's turn-based, it definitely feels more JRPG inspired. Or you know what? I've heard people say it's not a JRPG, it's a JRPG. Like French. Je. I like that. I think that's silly. Surely even now. Surely even you understand by now. The only tailor provided that camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. If I do, you know, would you love to hear me voice act with my lovely French accent? No, it has English voice acting too. That means I could not have killed Cain Bullard unless I had an accomplice. Come on. Oh, excuse me. Think long and hard about that night. Basement warehouse and the picture that supposedly captures it. Got to be here. Something funny about this picture. I think there is, but there's something about like where the statue should be. Oh, you can't see my mouse. That's fine. You're implying the picture is a fake? You bet I am. Definitely something strange about this picture. Maybe you took it at that time, but on a different day, because there's no date on the photo. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll pursue it anyways, because I feel like we've kind of exhausted every other option. Took a look around the basement warehouse that night, before the theft took place. Something in the photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well. Let's hear what you have to say. Or, you know, maybe there should be paint on the box, is what it is? I guess it should be like right here where it's supposed to be. Or maybe, I don't know. Let's go here. The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain. Blood. Now the case is getting interesting. Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. From blood to peaches, Judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. Problem with the photograph is not the paint. Problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Okay. Oh, Mr. Wright. What is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stain? Oops. Here she is. I guess this would have been taken before Ami Faye statue arrived, so it would have been a different day. Supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. There's a good reason not for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, the golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be perfect size for covering up the paint stain. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there that night. The theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. But it was also moved afterwards. Then that statue should have been there. But when I went there the day after the theft, the statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. He called her an old bag? Rude. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there. Accidentally? Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. Oh, I guess it is that big. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Ha. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. No question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, hope you are prepared with your answer. That's a good question. Who was the man who moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? I mean, he was the only one who was there. But I don't know how this helps my case. Unless he was like hiding behind it? But I still don't know why. Wondering what the statue is none other than Look at Me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again, on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? Very simple. Witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. Yeah, but does that help me? That is indeed very simple, however. Because that just makes it seem like he moved it and then the photo happened. Why would they want to move a heavy golden statue? Reason for moving the statue. Here's where the battle begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? Can be found here in the photograph. Oh boy. You pretended to be masked to mask. Pay an alibi for showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. This photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like a cheap film at a drugstore. That's why you had to move the statue. Single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please, enlighten us. I'm a little bit lost on this reasoning. Let me drink a little bit more water. Well, first some soda, then some water. Hmm. Hmm. You move the statue because I wish I had the log so I could make better sense of like what they just said. He had to move the statue because something in this photo, or it would have disproved something in this photo. I still feel like the date could be different though. Can't look at my evidence. I don't know. I feel like there's the brooch that was missing is a big thing. I don't know, something about the date. But this is the time. The mask is fake? Well, not exactly what I meant to do, but that's fine. Current question is, why was the golden statue moved? What possible connection could there be with the mask's identity? Okay. Oof. 3. Could he have changed the time? The lie is the timestamp. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm not sure I get it either. I'm not exactly sure what else there is to choose. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been possible for him to have been at Lord Lee Taylor at this time. But they said it couldn't have been faked, so was it a different day? What does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed beside the warehouse door? Taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. Okay, so yeah, he had to do it like the day before. Wait, and then moved it after the day because otherwise it wouldn't have matched the photo. Placed there to cover up paint. It says the time, but it doesn't say the date. Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. So in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. Okay. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah. But he still would have had to have gotten to the warehouse at some point before other people had noticed to move it. So on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. Yeah, I feel like though them telling us that like the time couldn't have been faked. I get what they're saying, but it also makes it surprising that the date could have been, or that the date was not included or in the computer data. It was unclear if it was left out or just not included because it would have been obvious. One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? Yeah, that's the printout, I think. The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. But is it the right date? True that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. Would have allowed you to tamper with the data. See, this is what I mean. Like, that kind of feels like it's pointless to tell us the date is correct if this also... I feel like that could have also made the time incorrect. Order, order. Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Put that coffee down. My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good till the last drop. Do you think in the next game they'll have a prosecutor that only drinks Monster Energy or Rockstar? However, the defense has a very good point. Good point? So what? We are all but travelers on the road of infinite points. What is bro yapping about? He's just a modern day philosophizer. I think he's got points mixed up with his other points. So, you say this photograph was taken ahead of time? You know, if anybody says this with this kind of music playing, I'll believe anything they say. And if they're this sexy. That statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, one point that can't be denied. Which is... It's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. Don't fall for it, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Oui? If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask Damask, there should be no problem with your telling us your strategy. Let's hear it. It's kind of like a lot of people will just believe anything a posh British person says, even if they're full of nonsense. Please provide court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. First received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. Urn was placed in the box and Zvari was sent to the warehouse. It was actually sent to be repaired. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. And it was extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. Handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. Sorry, I'm not doing the accent right now. Last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time, 1 AM, October 12th. Pretty much all the stuff we heard before. But we'll find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. No mistakes this time. Zvari. I knew he would say it. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Sacred Urn Heist. Received a request 20 days ago. Placed in a box. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn. She wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. New tidbit. Hence, I was unable to actually see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Hold it! You're sure? Never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. Security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I, Jean-Luc me, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. It was extremely valuable treasure. Fart? I don't think there's been a fart. Has there? Oh no, you've spoiled the game. The game is ruined now. I know that they fart. Okay, yeah, I think all this is the same. Security handled by my shelf. Hold on, let me see those other ones again. Sent it 10 days beforehand. Unable to see the urn for myself. Never seen the urn beforehand. Yes, he was security. He was a private detective who also now is maybe the thief. Lady Andrews to confirm it. Focus entirely on the entrance of the warehouse. Although, what's his face? Ron also said he stole the vase, but I think he was just saying that. I don't think he actually stole the vase. Or the urn. Hold on, I need to look at my evidence for a second. I'm thinking. Most priceless work of art on display. Speckled urn. You're gonna leave? You're leaving me forever? I see how it is. Okay. Hope you have some delicious dinner, actually. Hope you have some delicious spaghetti. Speckled urn. I never noticed before, but, why did he think the urn was speckled? The urn shouldn't have been speckled before it got there. Huh. I knew it was extremely valuable. He must have seen it if he knew it was speckled. I'm gonna go ahead and present. Good job, me. Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask the Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? Of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? I wanted to try and finish this trial today, but we'll see. Because I do, like I said, I did just tell my parents I would be over to their house for dinner. So, we'll see. Allow me to read a passage. Take good care of the speckled urn. Speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true. So what? Truth be told, there's no way the Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains. Stains do not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. Today the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse. Urn was broken due to human error, or should I say, error-prone human. That's when the pink paint got on the urn. Ugh, you can't be serious. Yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when his fake photo was taken. Because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Oh. But then it was taken beforehand? Because he actually took the box. So did he actually, like, literally take it before then? Witness, anything to say for yourself? Because then the urn would have been gone for like 10 days. Or not, maybe not 10 days, but like whenever he sent the... No, it would have had to have been gone for at least 10 days because he would have had to have taken it before he sent the calling card. All right, we did it. Nick, I think it's still a little early for victory pose. Huh? Ha. So sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was mask to mask. Now, we're calling him a murderer? You don't think we're being a tad pickled? That's a good point. No way. You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? Hold on a second. This had to have gone to him because he's the one that has the red diamond. But for some reason, maybe it did go to Luke Atme and then Luke Atme just forwarded it to him? To Ron? But like, what would that have been for? Was he being blackmailed because of the urn or for something else? Motive, Mr. Right, motive. Might you, my Mary, murderous motive manifest? Nick, he's getting a second wind. If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say, he must have had a strong motive for murder. Hold on, let me see this again. October 12th. Okay. So this could have been very well in advance. Only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed, according to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, sir, old timer. Doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Look at me, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Cain Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron the Light. It was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he has masked the mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw fit to kill Cain Bullard. Truly a tragedy. What if the person Ron Delight sold some info to was at me? Victim Cain Bullard blackmailed the defendant? This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. Handwriting test confirmed. Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. But it doesn't confirm who the letter's to. It's very vague. Okay. I know it's gotta be that. That's probably what I'm going to present. But what will I present it on is really the question. No motive. No points of contact with the victim. But that had been true, because if he was the main investigator on the case, and they were the security team, correct? Who's gonna prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check on Detective Atme and Cain Bullard. Maybe when he was doing... No, that doesn't make sense. He did the setup so he could kill the guy, so he wouldn't have been blackmailed about the setup. Perhaps they were connected through their work? Security? Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. Cain Bullard decided to investigate Mask the Mask and simply mistook who he was. Mistook? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse, mistaka, meaning to take an error. That wasn't what I meant. Who did the victim mistake the mask to be? Oh, hold on a second. Let me actually ask my parents what time they want, so I can figure out how much time I have left. Ugh. I like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. I don't know if I'm gonna get punished for pressing harder yet. Why did the victim mistake the defendant for Mask the Mask? Don't you already know that? They stole security info? Newspaper clipping? Oh, that's the famous Tear of Emanon. Magnificent jewel. Photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly god, namely the defendant. The defendant. Victim clearly misread this article in Zvari. What is the wrong impression? Impression that this ugly security guard was in fact masked. He's calling him ugly. Huh. That was an unusually reasonable deduction. I don't know. I feel like that was a stretch. Mr. Bullard, who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. I think this is where I present it, because we can't prove he sent it to Ron Delight. This blackmail letter. Handwritings without a doubt the victims. No mistake. We have an official report to prove it. Oh, my dad wants 5 p.m. Ooh. Okay, I may not finish this case then. But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere. The letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment. Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. I disagree. What a thought. What if the blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Yeah! Whoa. Any evidence? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling. I look sleepy? I might just be kind of squinty right now. I'm reading. There's something not quite right about the blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you satisfied? I feel like... Yeah, I do think it was that. Let me go back. I guess I can just present it here because... Woohoo! Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? If it's just a few, I guess it's alright. And this letter was addressed to Ron Delight. I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? Like, I think I will try to go for another hour, and that should be... And then I might take off. I don't know where a walking contradiction gets... like you, gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk. Times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Huh? Contradicting evidence in the letter? Is it the profile, perhaps? Oh no, I can't save. I can't cheat. Like, it's who it's addressed to, but I'm not sure what I have to present to make that point. And they did bring up the newspaper clipping, so maybe... Maybe, like, he got them confused? Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. Contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon. Oh, because the diamond is wrong. That's what he's saying. The stolen jewel. It's the blue diamond, not the red one. What about it? Problem is this jewel's color. Color. I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, totally different jewels mentioned. I'll take this red diamond you received the other day. Red. Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Emanon that Mask the Mask stole at all. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So, you're trying to say this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? Yes. That's what you're trying to say, right? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Right? That's what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yeah. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. There we go. I was jumping a little bit ahead there. I was thinking about, like, just pointing out who the letter was intended for. Not the contradiction in the letter. Actually, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You've been personally involved in every single mask-to-mask case. In the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as a reward. A jewel. Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. The red diamond ring. That's the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means Kane Bullard wrote the letter in order to blackmail you. Order. Order in the court, I say. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh. Don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me? You for real? Yeah? Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. You don't want your identity revealed to the world. Certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. But just what was that identity? That's a good question. Atme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? Ugh. Identity that Luke Atme wanted to so desperately keep secret was... Oh, I think I understand. Luke Atme figured out who the real Mask the Mask was and was blackmailing him. That's how he got the items back. Oh, I don't know how he... Because I thought he picked it up from the same safe in the CEO's office. So I don't know how that was arranged. Maybe I misunderstood that part, like where he was dropping off the other items for blackmail. But this must be it. He was the one who was blackmailing him originally. Look at me was a blackmailer. Objection. Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke at me. You're saying Luke at me was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, it does sound a little odd. It's not odd, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke at me. But Rhonda Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. You started receiving the blackmail after this incident. Yes. Just a few days after the Tears of Emanon heist. Oh. So I guess you could say Atme was also Mask the Mask behind the scenes. They were both in on the crimes. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Received plans from some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans. In which case, that would mean Rhonda Light was actually Mask the Mask. That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Light steal his targets for him. That someone was none other than Luke Atme. Silence. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same grade every year. Careless, with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you? You say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Rhonda Light. In which case, I would naturally have known all about his relation to Mask the Mask. Well, yes. Rhonda Light started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? It means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Yep. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Rhonda Light was Mask the Mask? It was the costume. He found the costume. Would it have been this? No. Because this one was definitely found at the scene of the crime. He stashed it in like the bin or whatever. I don't know where I need to present the costume. Ugh. Do I present? I guess I could present like the bin. Maybe? Wait, how do I? Why can't I exit out? Oh, because I'm already in the mode. I forgot. Whoops. Silly me. I thought I was looking at evidence before it pigeoned me in here. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report every year. Gets into a lot of mischief, trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? Newspaper clipping. There's a picture of you and Rhonda Light in his guard uniform. Seems Mask the Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. That's what you figured out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned, under his mask... What? Wait, wasn't he the ace... Wasn't he Ace Detective mask? Can't believe it, he was a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as an ace detective? You... How dare you expose me like that? Honestly, he is a better detective than I thought he was to begin with. So he's still a step up in my eyes. I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective and also Mask the Mask. It's funny that he actually kind of is Mask the Mask. Just the other half of that. He was the planner. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you're neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your identity. Why, you... How I could so ever fall so with a big mouth? You're a fool, I say. None of you compared to my genius. You're all just jealous. Desecrate me. Ace detective cannot handle blackmail. La ha ha ha. Enough to make one laugh. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That's quite the performance by Mr. Atme. What other evidence are we gonna need? Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme. We still haven't provided, like, enough evidence that he murdered the guy, though. No? Hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. I'm shocked that, Desiree didn't have anything to do with any of the crimes. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. I don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What? What do you mean? It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer. That he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed. But still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. Honestly, that is kind of fair. We proved a lot of things, but we did not prove murder. Oh, alright, well, Mr. Wright, this is it. Final round. Gotta prove Atme was at Bullard's office that night. Can you really prove that? Long enough. I want to hear your answer. Is that KB security? I don't know if I can. Hold on a second, let me think. Although, if he had forwarded this letter to Ron, was he wanted to go there to frame him as well? We know that there's another person there. But I don't think we have anything that puts him there. Are we gonna hear the voice of Mia again? I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atmey's testimony... Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atmey is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial. Face his guilty verdict as mask to mask. No. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron the Light will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with full force of my ace detectiveness, order in the court. Enough deliberation over this witness. Can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... it'll be too late. Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy shows the defendant be tried and found innocent in court. The defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. I kind of get why this is a thing, but it's also kind of stupid. Fundamental rule of all courts. It applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atmey will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means he'll be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned. The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atmey's guilt of the crime here means he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer. Ah! I don't know why Phoenix is acting so shocked. He knows. Nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atmey, will go free. You've cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. As long as there's no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare there be no further questioning of this witness. Any objections? Come on, Mia. Ugh, my voice is getting a little tired. Hereby end the cross-examination. Come on, somebody interject. I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice. There she is. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia. It's Mia. True power of the Kurain channeling technique. I know it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia. Now, let's do this. There's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. We have to have testimony of what he was actually doing the night of. Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You've cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but... Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the cross-examination, the witness made a number of remarks. Love wins out in the end. I'm ace detective as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Ron Delights will verify he is the true murderer. With my full force on my ace detectiveness. That's not very useful. These comments have no importance. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we the defense assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Oh, something the matter, Mr. Godot? Ah, nothing. So, lawyer, looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness has made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you... Alright, very well, Mr. Look at me. Going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. Defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. Oof, getting kind of close on time. Let's see if we can do it. Give us one last bit of testimony. Alright, Phoenix, this is it. Last chance. You got it, Chief. Alright. It is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. Thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Nathan would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. Blackmail letter? Victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zvari. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. Holds up pretty well. Alright. None of them seem to contradict anything. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer? Police investigation documents went directly through me. I always look over the documents. Elementary, Sir Lawyer. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? Ugh. Gotta open my eyes bigger. I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Cannot postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Oh, hang on a sec. Just one chance? Yes, I'm not gonna get to press every single one of his statements, I assume. Seems the party's about to begin. Alright. There's no evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So, it would seem. What do you mean, it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? I think there might have been something else, but the buzzer... We already proved in the case that the buzzer couldn't have been Ron. Last chance. Case-breaking contradiction. We proved that it had to have been the third person. Like, it wouldn't have made sense for Ron to hit it. Because he was knocked out. Cup number 17, the last cup. Time has come to put an end to this trial. Fatal contradiction. Okay. With no evidence, too. Interesting. Find the one and press it. Okay. Here we go. Leave to see about another vitally important job request. Known about the date. Ugh. Thanks to the keycard. I mean, I don't think he could prove that it was Ron. Like he said. The fingerprints. Which means the killer sounded it. No, this one I think. He was wearing his outfit. Why he left no print. Hmm? Well, maybe I'm wrong. This one? Or this one? Because we kind of were implying that there had to have been a third person in the room, which means the killer sounded it. Wait, no, he's right. The killer did sound it, but his logic is wrong that it's of who the killer is. This is true. Yeah, we already made it seem like it was preposterous that he would have sounded it. Mr. Atme, about this last remark.
Objection.
You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. What? Mr. Atme, seems you finally admitted. You were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? Button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his the mask outfit. I mean, he said as much as in court that Ron was wearing it. Ron said he was. But was he here for this part of the court case? Maybe he wasn't. Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was wearing, was dressed as Mask the Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was during the first part of the trial. It was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup of coffee was looking at me with a cold stare. Yeah, he forgot to mention. Just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else that this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only person who should have known are the people who've been watching this trial. Okay, okay. So he did not get updated on the trial. That's why. Do you understand now, Mr. Detective Atme? No way, you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom being tried as the Mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Come on. This detective must have known about it. Yeah, I was gonna say, he keeps using his ace detectiveness as an excuse. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. No, he didn't. It's those chances I want to discuss. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his the Mask outfit. There was a one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. One way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I first entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker. No way to tell whether it's the real killer or look at me. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Maybe because he was dressed like... no, what? He wouldn't have needed to be dressed like the Mask too. Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? If you turn that statement around, stands to reason the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Detective Atme, you saw the Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. This is the same as before. That's what you said yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Yeah, sorry, Judge, we messed up the first time around. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. I still think that the one thing that's a little bit less clear to me is the fact that when he stole the vase as when he stole the vase or the urn as it had to have been before. It had to have been like 10 days, so nobody noticed it was missing for 10 days? That's kind of crazy. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. Upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight. Then claimed to be guilty of as the Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan to use double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Oh, is this Ron? Excuse me? Came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Yeah, is this guy going to jail or what? He didn't technically steal the urn. He technically did the first crime himself. The other ones were blackmail. Oh yeah, I didn't realize you were still there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. Oh, I know. You never committed any murder. That's right. So glad you understand that, but... I really am the mask. Huh? So, thanks to the trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said before? Double jeopardy? Now that you mention it, yeah, see... I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. Defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. But that crime was only for the urn, yes? Like, the trial was about the urn by proving he was masked to mask. Like, surely we could still try him for the other stolen things. Huh. Mask the Mask is really innocent. It seems so. For now. For now. He's also... was doing corporate espionage, stealing data or something. But I guess the CEO is dead, so he's not gonna take him to court. Yippee! We did it. Not too bad. Court finds the defendant not guilty. Although I thought the logic at the end there was going to be something to do with the buzzer. The fact that we proved that that he didn't press the buzzer, not the fact that he was wearing the costume. Oh, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. The thing is, I still am the mask. What's his wife gonna say? You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. On the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. About becoming the master of the Kudine channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Aww. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Then, see you around. Mia. Oh, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Thank you. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all this is... Oh, come on, just be happy already. Maya, she's back. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as the Mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming the Mask? Did it all for one reason. For her. Your wife? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by robbers, wasn't she? Oh yeah, I forgot that. She always said she hated how sneaky criminals... I knew that, but... I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had. She wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. Thought she would leave me for sure. That's why he became to Mask. But it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. Wait, that's not true. Right, Nick? Right. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? He'll be fine. Nick can prove it. I can? Oh, I kind of wish you hadn't said that. Check with me first. I don't know. Can I prove it? Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. Let me look at these first. Criminals and cowards. Well, there's a sacred urn put back together. Maybe it's literal. We put the urn back together. Sacred urn? Izzy was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you? I appreciate it, but, I suppose you don't want anything to do with me anymore, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you just talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. Never imagined you were really masked to mask either. Miss Delight, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast, there's no way you could ever get away. Didn't you say you hated criminals? Huh? Oh. I only hate people who act cowardly and sneaky. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I thought she had told us. She doesn't mind if they're, like, really upfront about it. Like that detective. I see. Why Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Does he? You really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes? Really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I kind of wonder if she actually did know all along. Never forget what you've done for us. Oh, yeah. Take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. Gulp. Oh, I feel like my face is so red now. Oh, Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations. Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya. I'll never forgive you, ever. Aww. Yeah, I forgot about the fact that they all grew up without dads. Just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put together even better than before. We kept our promise to Pearl all along. Nobody ever found out she was the one who did it. Aw, she's got a maid uniform. Let's just see the little intro. But then I gotta go. We'll take a small look at the introduction. Oh, it starts at the end of a trial? Or it's extremely clear. Wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. Evidence and testimony are conclusive. Victim was alone. Is it gonna be Mai again? You're wrong. Know what I saw? I saw. What the heck is this? Oh? Why did that guy kind of have Phoenix-looking hair? He's the real killer. Oh. Why won't anyone believe me? Defendant. Guilty. Court is adjourned. Oh, is that like a case we don't get to play? Start of a new year. Decided that our resolution should be Zvari, take on the world. What do you think? Mistletoe cake? Ugh, can you eat that? That's gotta be poisonous. Alright, anyways. Let's go back to the beginning. Oh no, it's freezing up again. Oh, there we go. I've decided we'll have a different outro music this time. Once I load it up, it'll take me a second. Oh, this must be like the DS version. Sounds very crunchy. Hold on, can I find a less crunchy version? The fragrance of dark coffee. Oh, here we go. Is this the one? Ooh, that's a different jazzier version. Let's see. There we go. This is the right one. Nice and jazzy. What a good song. All right, perfect time to finish the case. Time to go. And then I think there's 2 more cases in this game, but it'll probably take me a while to get to them. We'll see. I'll try to play some games on weekends, but no promises. Anyways, see you later. Bye, guys. I will stream sometime next weekend, but I don't know exactly when. And I think I'm going to do... I think I'll do, like, play model building with my hand cam. So not the usual game. Well, I could do a game as well, but probably not Phoenix Wright. I might take a small break from that, at least. Maybe I'll do, like, Portal or something again.